Good evening. It is Saturday night. It has just gone 8 o'clock. I have no idea what the hell happened there. But it is time for some Doctor Who, and this week we are doing the Monster of Peladon. And with me, of course, is Chris and, of course, Lucosa. Say good evening, Chris.
Good evening, Chris.
It never gets old.
Never gets
Oh,
old.
no, never gets old, that.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, we're doing the Monster of Peladon. We're going to talk a little bit. I know it's not everybody's favourite topic here, but we're going to talk a little bit about modern Who and what's been happening this week. Oh dear! If you're unaware of what's been going on, they've been basically plugging the new sort of show, and the new thing that they've done or decided to do apparently is to remove themselves from the internet. I don't know if that's a bad thing. But apparently the YouTube account is gone. The Twitter account is gone. The Instagram account is gone. Yeah, and then they put up this message in Liverpool that just sort of buzzed up on the board. For this, it just says it's come and be ready. It was this really dodgy advert. Have you seen the advert, guys, from Liverpool
I
Billboard?
haven't.
No, I've not seen that.
It's basically like it was outside like a bus station or something, and it was just like it was like a teletest card come up on the screen. There was a little bit of interference. Jodie Whittaker popped up on the screen, and then it just said it's coming, be ready, and then it went to the BBC logo for Doctor Who. Also, this number appeared as well, and when you phone it, let me just go here. Let's see if I've got it. Yes, I do. So when you phone this number, you get a message from the doctor, and I'm going to phone it right now. It's exciting.
It is. I can hardly contain myself.
Yeah.
Voicemail of the Doctor. If you're ringing this, it means enemies from across the universe have arrived on Earth, and the battle is coming imminently. Who did you see and where? I need as much information as possible. Protect yourself. It's coming. Be ready.
There you go. That's the message. So,
Yeah.
invaders from across the universe are coming. There's going to be a war. Get ready. I've got to ask you this. Does anybody care?
No.
Does anybody what? Can somebody please tell me what is the problem with modern Who right now, where they've got to take up arms and fight and be all about? Like, we're gonna watch an episode tonight, which is about resisting and so on, right? But it's not about a war. It's kind of about preventing a war, not a war coming. It's kind of about trying to avoid that situation. I don't like the idea that Doctor Who is dragging itself into a situation now whereby, once again, it's all about conflict. Like, I know the show does have conflict in its elements, but science fiction is more than bang, bang, boom.
Yeah.
And we were talking before we went on air about Blake 7 and Space 1999. These are two classic sci-fi shows. Yes, there's conflict in them, but it's more about the character situation and more about escape and survival than it is about actually, there is a resistance in Blake 7, but realistically, against the Alliance in Blake 7, they don't stand a chance.
No.
So it's more about the characters, and basically, by the time the government catches up with Blake 7, we know it's kind of all over. It's kind of more about people being on the run and trying to put a message out there. And so something like this, whereby, and that was the entire show, pretty much. I think I summed up Blake 7 pretty well there.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was kind of the point of the series. I think with something like Doctor Who, I just want fun sci-fi back. I just want fun sci-fi stories. I really don't care about bang bang boom boom boom. Where are you guys on this? Where do you stand with what kind of what you're seeing and what you're hearing with what's happening?
I've totally switched off to it. I saw a picture the other day that you was just talking about, like Jodie Whittaker peeping through a test card. Someone had paused it halfway through, and I was like, "Oh, that's nice," and I just scrolled past. I honestly don't care, and that's largely down to the writing and that.
But this is exactly my point. But what do you think of the current tone of the show, with what they're doing?
I think they're wasting their time, to be honest with you. I don't like the current tone. It's like you say, it's all boom boom bang bang, and there's very little substance there anymore. Whereas until a few years ago, there was at least normally something positive you could pull out of it.
Yeah, Lucoso, any thoughts on what they're currently doing with the current advertising strategy?
It kind of smacks a bit of desperation to me. It doesn't strike me as being a particularly good idea. Let's advertise the new Doctor Who series by removing all trace of Doctor Who from social media. Why? Whose idea was that? I don't get it.
I tell you what, sometimes it does make you wonder, doesn't it? I mean, at least we're talking about it. I suppose that's a positive thing that is happening. But like, it's very difficult to find. I don't like talking about the show in a negative way, but it's so difficult to come up with something that makes you go. Because here's the thing, right? I'm looking at how other people have done this, similar sort of things. Like, I think Adele just done something with her new album whereby she was like projecting on the side of buildings all over the world, on famous sites, on the Roman Colosseum, on like the Buckingham Palace or something like that, or they've just been projecting sort of this thing. I think Ed Sheeran done it as well with his thing whereby he was just like his new album's like plus minus multiply divide equals or whatever, and he's done a similar sort of thing whereby he's projecting it onto the side of buildings, or he was showing up in in city centres and so on. This idea of advertising via making a vacuum.
Well, I mean, perhaps it's going to be set in space.
No,
that'd be a welcome change.
That's what they're saying. It does. Oh, I so want it to be good. I really do. But I'm just. I get tired of it. I get tired of the same shtick. I really, if that was what it was about, then I don't know. Like, to me, I don't watch Doctor Who to watch 1917. If I want to watch 1917, I'd watch 1917. It's a great film. It's a fantastic film. But I don't watch it for the sci-fi because it's not a sci-fi movie. It's a blood-filled movie about a guy in the First World War. Whereas what I'm watching Doctor Who for is good science fiction, and it really does. It does frustrate me that we end up sitting down talking about this in such a way, because it's a show that I think we've all grown up with. And it's one that we don't want to be talking about it like this. We don't. We don't. No. It's just the fact that it's. I seen a post earlier which was talking about. I want to get you guys on this. I saw a post earlier which was talking about this show, and somebody put up a post, and he was posting quite kind of negative about it. Right? He was saying negative things, and then a guy underneath him just posted, "Oh, toxic fandom." Where are you on this? Because are you seeing this as toxic fandom, or are you just thinking, actually, these people got a right to be talking about this in this way, because actually it's the production that's letting them down?
Yeah, they're absolutely right. All this toxic stuff, it gets on my nerves. They're not toxic fandom. They're just people that are fed up with their show being ruined. That doesn't make you toxic because you voice an opinion on something. And if I go to a restaurant and they serve me an half cooked chicken and I complain, does that mean I'm a toxic eater? Well, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's rubbish. No, it's not toxic. Everyone's got a right to complain about something, and you can choose whether to listen or not. You don't have to listen to them complaints. If it's online, you can scroll past if you don't like it. You don't need to stop and tell someone they're toxic because they're fed up with something.
Yeah. Lakosa, what's your opinion with it when it comes to toxic fandom?
Well, I don't think there is such thing. Yes, the whole toxic argument is nearly always used purely because you've voiced an opinion that is different to the person who's given the original comment. These days, that's the regular thing. If you disagree with them, oh, that's it. Well, your opinion doesn't mean anything. Yeah, they are toxic fandom, blah, blah, blah. They won't entertain the idea that, there might actually be some valid opinions that are different to yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is what you get.
Let me put a flip side on this then. Wouldn't you say then that it's the less critical, the ones that blatantly accept what they're given, would you say that's more harmful to the show?
Totally. Yeah.
Because it's just, at the end of the day, it's you've only got to look at the numbers, and people can argue whatever the hell they like, right? If you want to talk about how the numbers are failing, right, and you want to make the argument that no, it doesn't matter because people are viewing TV in a different way, right? Okay, let's accept that argument, right? It's total crap, right? Because must see TV is still must see TV, whether you like to believe it or not, right? And there's still shows out there that are pulling in excess of 10 million, right? So that's not nothing to do with people watching TV in a different way. But let's assume that argument is right. Let's take that argument and then accept it, and then look at the merchandise sales, and then look at the numbers. Because if you want to accept that the show is dropping, and you don't want to accept that because you believe that it's not, then look how little merch is being moved off the shelf today. And by the way, it has nothing to do with Doctor Who in it itself. It has everything to do with Modern Who. Modern Who isn't selling. Classic Who is.
Oh, yeah.
And I can assure you, Classic Who is. I bought this week. I bought Evil of the Daleks on Blu-ray. It's absolutely fantastic. It's genuinely. I was sitting there watching it. I was just like, I love this so much.
Does that mean they found the missing episodes, or are they animated?
It's animated.
Okay, right, yeah. It's
all animated. It's good. It's really, really good, right? My only complaint with it is that they've started to reuse cells. So you do kind of only get like people going past the screen in this way, or people coming towards the screen. There's no diagonal. There's no. Right. There is one shot in it though that's absolutely beautiful. The Doctor and Jamie get transported back through time, and they're in this old Victorian house. And when you first see it, the camera does this huge sweep of the mansion, and it doesn't break at all. And it does this massive sweep right around the mansion, and it goes in through this open door to see Patrick Troughton passed out in the chair. And it's like, oh, that's nice. That's very nice. So it was, and it was such a good show. And it's a little bit, it freaks me out a little bit because there's Buddy Daleks in it, you know.
Yeah.
And then the Doctor is friend. It's like, oh, that's unsettling.
Well, Alpha, Omega, and I thought there was one other. Beta. Is it Alpha, Beta, and Omega?
Yeah. Man. Oh, is it just like, yeah. They're taking the Doctor for a ride. Like, jeez. I was just like, I was loving it. It was brilliant. It was everything you wanted. Like, and speaking of everything you wanted, Monster of Peladon. Here we are. We'll watch along. We are 2 stories away from finishing Pertwee's run. We got Monster of Peladon, and then we got Planet of the Spiders. Chris, come to you first, I suppose. Got people shooting out there. Have you?
Yeah, I think the war has started here.
Oh, yeah.
I'll see if I can close the windows and quieten that down a bit. Jesus Christ. It's going well.
There we go.
All right.
They'll probably do what they did last time. As soon as you shut the window, it all stopped.
Yeah, it all
Yeah.
stops.
But yeah, we're going to do Monster of Peladon. This is a sequel story, which is kind of unusual for Doctor Who. They don't normally do sequel stories.
Yeah.
Particularly one that had happened in a previous season. So this was kind of unique. Chris, I'll come to you first. What are your memories of Monster of Peladon?
There ain't any because I've not seen it before.
Oh, okay.
All I really know about this one isn't this one that's got a bit of a sort of, for want of a better phrase, pro-feminist agenda about it.
It's very minimal.
Yeah.
It's very minimal. I mean, basically, they're dealing with the fact that they've got a the monarchy is a queen, and they kind of she's not really used to being dealt with as a person of authority because she's a woman. So Sarah Jane does kind of sort of step in and kind of go, you kind of need to. There's a bit of women's lib going on in there, but it's very minimal. It's basically about talking about why a person needs to be considered equal. It's less of a and you can do it, but there is a bit of sort of like you are the queen. You kind of need to take control of this. You're in charge. Like whether you want to believe it or not, you are.
Well, that's all right. I've got no problem with people wanting to be equal. If it was a current agenda like that, maybe we'd be having a different conversation. But no,
Yeah,
I've got no
no.
worries with
It's
that.
not about it's not about who. I mean, she literally is superior. She's the monarch. She's the queen. She's the most important person on the planet. She isn't the person in charge though, and she's letting her. Ortron is pretty much the guy that's sort of seizing power, and it's a power play, basically. Anything else, Chris?
No, not really. I mean, I know it's a follow up. I don't know if we're going to get any original characters. I honestly haven't seen this one. The only thing I do know is we get Alpha Centauri again, don't we? With
Yes.
that really annoying voice.
Yes. Oh, I tell you what, we do get some of the worst Ice Warriors, like really bad.
Actually, I've just thought of one thing. I saw when I was doing a search earlier on to get the TARDIS wiki page up with all the cast list and that on it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a screenshot of a bloke who really was whoa with his eyes.
Oh yes. He's not in it for long, I don't think. But the makeup and effects in this are very BBC.
That was very diplomatic.
There's not a lot I can say about it, really. The costumes in this are, I mean, most of them tend to be reuses. But the Ice Warriors in this, I mean, there's some really ill-fitting costumes, and there's some bad-fitting costumes. There's an Ice Warrior in this. I've got a feeling they made his helmet out of a bike helmet, a motorcycle helmet, and it's like 10 sizes too big. He's like a walking light bulb. I mean, like, and that's comparing him to Alpha Centauri. I mean, literally, and there's one there whose head is a bit too small. I think they should have swapped outfits. I think, but it's kind of weird. I would say, I think there's a part of me in this when I was, when I remember watching this, thinking, how certain sci-fi influences others. It wouldn't surprise me if the Ice Warriors in this were kind of the influence for Judge Dredd. It wouldn't surprise me. There's even a bit whereby he drops the "I am the law" line.
I know the bit you mean, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't do it like I am the law. You know,
Neither did Judge Dredd, really, did he?
yeah. So, but he is judge, jury, and executioner. You know, so it's Lukosa. You're a bit more familiar with Monster of Peladon.
A bit of all the episodes in Series 11, this is the one I know least well.
Yeah.
I've seen it about 2 or 3 times.
Mhm.
I remember that I couldn't really get into it because of all the stories that they decided to make a sequel of. Curse of Peladon, that's giving them a hell of a task. I mean, I think
Yeah.
even when this was made, Curse of Peladon was already quite cemented as an absolute classic story.
Yeah.
So right from the get-go, they have to make sure that this is at least as good as Curse of Peladon. Otherwise, you're going to sit there the whole time thinking, I'd rather be watching Curse. And unfortunately, it doesn't quite work for me.
Yeah, I think like for me personally, I think that if this was a four-parter, they could have taken some things out of this just to make it run a bit smoother. I think that there's too much play going on with each other. You know, you've got A versus B versus C, and then they throw in this D element, and you're
Yeah.
like, this really shouldn't be here. And then when
Yeah.
you get to the D element, they're like, oh no, here's E as well, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah, there is a bit too much. There's a line in this Commander Azexir says, "I am not concerned with the situation here on Peladon." And I just remember thinking at the time, yeah, you're not the only one, mate. You know, it was starting to drag on. The other thing is there was one thing about Curse of Peladon that I really did like, and unfortunately in this one they just completely do away with it.
Which is
I'll wait until we've watched it before I
okay,
reveal that one.
That's fine. Yeah, I think that it's a loaded story, and I think that they threw in, as they tend to do. They had a four-part story. They padded it to six, and they threw in extra elements into it. And I think that, to be honest, I think there was enough of a story there that they could have done a lot with, to talk about.
Rather
Given
like Death to the Daleks last week.
Well, I mean, Death of the Daleks. I mean, it shouldn't have even been that. I mean, yeah, they threw that in. I think they've done a similar sort of thing here. I know that the story was based around about union strikes and so on, but there is a real world element to this that to me personally, I know of a couple of situations where I can actually reflect to where this sort of thing has happened and why I don't think this works in this story, because I know I've got real life examples I can point to and go, this is how this played out and this is how that one played out, and this shouldn't have played out the same. They should have done the same sort of thing then. Whereas what they've done with Monster of Peladon was to throw in another element and say, actually, we're gonna put a twist in here as well. And you're like, geez, do you have to? I think it looks pretty good. I don't think it looks as good as Curse. And there are some reuse shots whereby they use the same corridor all the time. And it's like, and sometimes they don't even change the camera angle. Sometimes the person is running down the corridor this way, they'll cut to another scene, they'll cut back to exactly the same shot, and the person just comes back running up the other way. And you're like, but are they lost? So, yeah, I don't know if you've got any questions, anything that you want to say before we make a start.
No, I'm going in open-minded.
I think you'll have fun with it, as we have with all of them. Lukosa, anything you'd like to throw in?
I think I have so far said all that I can.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. So I'm gonna just get ready here. I'm gonna click play. Set this up. One sec. Play BritBox. Here we go. And Wait, is that 3, 2, 1? I'm just going to pause for a second. BritBox Ting, presented by BBC, and play. Diddly-dee, 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 diddly-dee. It's such a shame that this title sequence only lasted one season.
Yeah, best title sequence in the whole of Doctor Who, I think.
It's really beautiful. I do miss the diamond. Apparently they're supposed to be changing the Doctor Who logo again.
Go back to the diamond.
Apparently it's supposed to be like the Doctor Who and it's split in half. I don't know if that's to imply that the fandom's fractured.
Well, that was the first thing I thought of, so...
Yes. Like a door, push pineapple, shake a tree.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Come on, he's wearing the guy's wearing a Wars Viennetta on his head. Yeah, this character here. Yeah, where is he looking?
Yeah.
Where is he looking?
I mean, he's got one in Epping, one in Ongar, isn't he?
I mean, seriously, like they recorded this. Nobody thought. Actually, we should make an adjustment here. How can you get through this scene without laughing?
I mean, those eye holes are terrible.
Yeah. But why even put him in? No, I think that's been a redo of the head. Because I think the veins have been painted in a little bit stronger this time. Because I think they were green last time. And less shiny.
I can't help thinking that the similarity between this character here and Hepesh in the previous one is more than coincidental.
Yeah, I find it to be... Again, it's one of the things that I think I like with the idea of having the planet fail is the fact that they do have this tendency to just repeat.
Yeah,
And not-
exactly
not-
the
not
same
change.
mistakes as they did in the previous
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
If anything, it is a story more about learning from your mistakes and not learning from your mistakes. See some of the lighting in this. It looks pretty good.
That was the case in the other Peladon story as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I don't. I think like later on, it goes. You can clearly see whereby it goes to standard studio.
I do like that Pertwee costume there. The green shirt and the green jacket. I think that looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks very sharp, doesn't he?
I mean, once again, they've gone back to actually. Maybe it's because it was previously set, but they've gone back to the royalty all being flourished in purple and gold. I don't think it's done as well as the last time, though. I mean, investigation might work first, not just the assumption that it's just spies and just kill them.
Yeah.
It ups the danger stakes a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it ups the stupidity stakes as well, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
I mean, that guy had to walk around all day dressed like that.
He can't keep his eyes on anything, that bloke.
He's got to navigate by sound. There they are with the Mylar. Mylar, a bit of sticky tape and some string. So,
Although that didn't make for too bad an effect, though.
here's something you might not know. That effect there was the original effect for the Phantom Zone in Superman the movie.
Was it?
Yeah, it was the original. Yeah.
Well, at least you haven't got to put up with him anymore.
Yeah. Again, there's no others like him in the story. Like it was just him. He couldn't have run away. He couldn't have seen where he was going.
So the others probably couldn't get there because they couldn't find which way to go. You know?
I think they did a good job of reconstructing the sets.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, they're not all successful. Some of them are. Some of the sets are a bit wanky. If I remember rightly, the throne room doors are slightly bent. I wish he was that big. Into the throne room.
That's not obeying orders, is it? He said find them and destroy them.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth pointing out here. I know you were asking earlier about the sort of the women's lib sort of part to this. It is worth pointing out there are only 3 women in this entire story. It looks like Nina's head's on fire.
It does, doesn't it?
It really.
It's almost as bad as wearing a gold Dalek on your head, isn't it, Carwin?
Yeah, it is. But I don't mind the gold Dalek sitting there. It's like a badly discolored testicle.
In a shower curtain.
That's how it's that color. It's just too tight. It shouldn't be that shiny. They should have at least powdered it down. No misunderstanding. He sent them there to be killed. He literally said they'd find the spice and kill him. I mean, I think the good thing with this story is that it is sort of a very patriarchal based society that's now dealing with the matriarchy. It's never had one before.
What I'm not understanding here is why no one there in that lineup of well-to-do people and monarchy said to him, "What are you doing here then?"
Yeah. Again, the oversights. It's the oversights right in these sorts of shows. Let's quiz him, but first let's take him to the dungeons. Okay. Because asking him the questions first would Quebec, of course, being played by Rex Robinson. First showed up. I think he first showed up in Three Doctors. I'm just curious as to whether or not they still had some of these sets left in storage and just tried to reconstruct them, or whether or not they were a fresh construction.
I mean, from memory, they've got it close. They definitely sat down and watched the other ones. If they
Well,
didn't,
they probably still had the stage plans. And it's at least a very good score as well from Dudley Simpson in this as well.
Well, it's certainly better than last week's.
Oh, yes. No, there's no quartet in this. There's a stuntman that's clearly not John Pertwee in this. But there's no horn quartet.
So no comedy danger theme this week then.
No, but there's a nice warrior that takes a beating like nobody's else. I mean, like he's literally pummeled to jelly.
Yeah, but does he have the the quartet version of Yakety Sax playing while it's being done?
No. There was a strike for there, wasn't it? My God, I've got a quaff.
See, now that guy there,
Yes.
Eckersley, he reminds me, the actor, of the lad that plays Jay in The In-Betweeners. And I keep
Yes.
waiting for him to say, Peladon, completed it, mate.
I know. I find him somewhere between him and Tom Baker.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying there.
Donald Gee.
Well, I remember
So-
him from Yes Minister. He was in an episode of that.
Oh man, he's been in lots of stuff.
He's a familiar 70s face of British television, isn't he? He's loads of things.
Yeah, I mean, he's done the rounds. You know, Coronation Street, Casualty, The Bill.
He did some good programs as well, though.
Yeah. He makes a convincing argument.
And that was very predictable.
Yeah. I mean, given the fact that they were probably dealing with, I mean, it's probably a blunted prop weapon, but it's still, classed as a live weapon, I guess. You're gonna make it as safe as possible. No, laughable. You're a walking bollock.
Yeah, I think they cut that bit out of the final version.
You can always rely on Carwin with the extended edition, mate.
I mean, I don't mind the fact that they've made a distinction between the miners and the royalty and the regal society. It's just, why do the miners look like they stuffed their head in a bloody candy floss machine? I don't get it. They're supposed to be the same species.
They look like human badgers.
It's like an afro's grown out of his eyebrows.
That is his eyebrows. Yeah. Maybe they bald. That is their eyebrows. Just one hell of a comb over. Leg it. They should stop polishing our floor. Now then.
Oh, he didn't like that, did he?
No. Again, I do. This is why I find these characters. I mean, royalty would tend to have religious advisors, and it's something that they've stuck with. And they kind of do portray them as these sort of ignorant oafs. But they did a similar sort of thing here, whereby they've kind of painted the miners as Luddites as well. So it's really there's a complete lack of progression from all sides. So, interesting fact too as well is the fact that the mining trisilicate, which obviously as we discussed last week, was found in toothpaste. But the whole point to it, the thing was actually taken from Doom. So there you are. The Federation is dependent on trisilicate ore, is a direct rip or nod to the novel Dune.
Oh, there you go. There's a new film of that out soon, isn't there?
Yeah, it looks terrible. Donald G. Previously appeared in the second Doctor story, The Space Pirates. Coincidentally, the penultimate story of the second Doctor.
That was a lot of props all at once there for John Pertwee, wasn't it?
Yeah. And that's the end of the first episode.
That was a weird death sound as well.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, I do think that this one does have some good cliffhangers. Not necessarily that one there, but I mean, it's still.
That wasn't one of them. Mind
But,
you, it's not zooming in on a mosaic on the floor, Rad, you know.
Exactly, yeah. It's not showing you a bit of carpet. So I hope you're enjoying it so far.
Yeah, it's got some intrigue.
It is loading up, but it is literally, this is not as complicated as it's going to be. It's going to get a lot more complicated. Because currently at this moment in time, you've got the miners that aren't being treated well. They are dealing with this ore that the Triceratops ore that is wanted for the war against Galaxy 5. Wait a sec. Oh, what's happening here? Part 2 is about to start. Ting! Come on. BritBox is having an issue with this evening. Presented by BBC. Here we go. Starting. Diddly dee, diddly dee, diddly dee, diddly dee, diddly dee. There we go. Jesus Christ.
Has my smoke sort of found its way over there or something?
Oh, I don't know what happened there. I was breathing and all of a sudden it just stopped. Forgot how to do it.
In, out, in.
So I don't think it's going to come to anybody's surprise that this story was inspired by the 1972 UK miners' strike.
It's not the biggest surprise
Yeah.
I've heard.
But again, it does make the miners feel like they are just Luddites because they keep rejecting technology in favor of traditional methods.
Miners were always on strike when I was a kid.
Yeah, well, in the 80s, yeah, early part of the 80s as well, yeah. I mean, we had a couple of incidents down here with the miners' strike, and obviously, probably the biggest incident that happened with a miners' strike actually was in, I want to say, the early 1900s with the Tonopandi riots. Some bloke named Winston Churchill decided to turn the military on the miners. It was not a good situation.
No, it's never a good situation when people are striking and you're starting them. That was a bad pair of pants, by the way.
Yeah. Again, I think some of the lighting in this saves a lot of it, but it just becomes jarring when they go to the studio, proper studio just for light. Weird crash in there.
Voice sounded rather similar to Arcturus from Curse.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, that's as close as we get to having Arcturus back in this.
I do think that Alpha Centauri is puppeteered far better in this one.
There's a lot less bouncing going on. I mean, there's still a bit there, but
Still
there's
a
a
bit
lot
of
less.
bobbling, yeah. But the head movement's a bit more. I think, and their hand is actually able to do something. You know, there's a bit more functionality to the characters, a lot more alive than it was previously.
Well, I am missing having a many legged skull in a box going on though.
How did the Doctor's suit go from green to blue?
Is the wardrobe?
When did he change?
He's got one of those hypercolor outfits on. He
Yeah.
picked it up in the 1990s, and the deeper he goes underground, the bluer it gets.
It wouldn't surprise me because this was recorded out of sequence. It wouldn't surprise me if the shirt was actually damaged in one of the action scenes. Because he's even got a bow tie on.
It might be the lighting.
I don't think so because he's missing all the frills. Normally, when a character's got a costume like that, they've normally, particularly if they're going to go out on location, they've normally got 4 or 5 of the same suit.
Not when you've got a budget of 98 pence, though.
I mean,
That's
they
98
should-
pence in today's money as well.
Yeah, I mean, they should still have. I mean, they must have more than one because they've clearly got the outfit for the stuntman as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if the shirt was actually because he damaged the other one. I don't know what I would have done differently with that effect. To be honest, I don't know if I would have used it.
It was very 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I would have left it out. To be honest, the sound effect would have been enough.
Yeah.
I think the last time I saw an effect like that, when it panned out, Pan's people were dancing.
Yeah, it's. I tend to find out with the visual effects in this show, mind is the fact that it feels very BBC.
Ah, his green suit's back.
Yeah, and he's got the frills.
And he's still got a bow tie.
Mhm.
It must have come up a few levels.
That's okay. I'm trying to see if there's any technical specs on this. No. No, it's not.
Technical specs. Well,
Yeah. I'm just curious as to what it was recording. It just says colour. The sound mix is mono. That's the best thing I can give you. Well, okay, so the visual effects in this don't surprise me. Because the last visual effects that this guy did was called the Ambassadors of Death.
Ah,
So I'm not at all surprised.
there's your rocket going, by the way.
It's getting there. It's been on pause for a little bit while I'm setting up shots, but it's looking good. I've got actually a big shooting day tomorrow. Actually, I'd be a bit worried about the fumes in that studio, to be honest, because you can see smoke behind him. Not just the fire, but you can actually see smoke as well. I'd be really quite concerned as to what they're actually breathing in.
If you do a look up of the list of actors that are no longer with us and see the cause of death, if it's lung related, you know where it all boils back to. You're right though. She is very angelic, isn't she?
Yeah, she's really cute.
Unfortunately, she does also come across as being a bit dopey, and it's a bit irritating.
I don't know because she's kind of been led that way, so I don't know whether or not she's supposed to be uneducated. To me, that's kind of the balance of it. Like that's the fault of Peladon, I guess. I mean, if Alpha Centauri doesn't know how to open the door, then Etis has just as much luck clicking the buttons as Alpha Centauri does. It does. I do feel like it does. Stupidity rules supreme on Peladon.
yeah, like you say, why doesn't Centauri say, well, why don't you be the one to just randomly press all the buttons
Yeah.
here then, you know?
It's just, he doesn't need either one of them. Dum 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 dum. I mean, that she's only going to slow him down. Let's be honest here. It's not a good situation.
So I thought he'd been stabbed. Was it just a bonk on the head then?
Yeah, it's just a knock. Again, the fault with the writing here is that everybody's an idiot.
Yeah, that is
Even-
coming across quite a lot.
Yeah. And again, so the other part of this is the fact that these miners didn't want to mine with modern equipment because they were against it, and yet they're all for modern weaponry.
Yeah.
So it's all over the place in their thinking. I think it's filmed well enough. Jesus Christ, actor, put some emotion in it.
Well, he's just a guard.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a like cool reading a phone book. Imagine look at the fumes in that room.
It might explain why everyone's so stupid. They're all half overcome by fumes, you know.
I mean, nobody's listening. And I shall consult this purple penguin, as is these fumes are getting to me. There's no need for more.
Well, they've probably got one of those really good early 70s ventilation machines going on.
Man, these people can see sound. There's nothing you can do either. They're all off their face.
This one's running out, Bob. Sprinkle some more opium on it.
I do like the fact that his makeup, they've actually styled his eyebrows as well. So his eyebrows got little points on them, so they just to add a little bit more evil to his complexion, like. I wish they had matted down the headpiece on Alpha Centauri.
Yeah, you keep seeing the bottom of it at the front there.
Yeah.
It's.
It could have done with a higher collar, I suppose. I mean, they did change it from the yellow one to this one, but no, I want somebody to cut in Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter there. just fall in.
Death by black lace.
Yeah, nobody needs that. Although you do get a couple of people up and down the corridor with a conga line. See, I think some of the lighting in this is really bloody good. Really good.
John Pertwee don't. He's got a torch out.
Yes, and it's a cinematic level of lighting. And that's the best way to treat Agador, but there is to underlight it.
Why didn't he start singing his song?
A
Couple of bars of O Tannenbaum.
Gave it Etis. It's a weird name, Etis. It's like somebody can't spell lettuce. His friends, Arat and Abbage. Oh, here we go. On to episode 3, young sack. Here we go. BritBox Ting, created by BBC, presented by BBC. And diddly 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 diddly.
Just like to say, this channel's not actually sponsored by BritBox.
No, but it is marvelous. Though I've subscribed to many different online services, and it's for what it is. It is impressive. I would say that it's as good as Netflix. Not as wide, because obviously it's just dealing with British TV shows and independent movies as well. Yeah, I just want Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter falling into hell there. That'd be a great little bit to cut. Just have them passing each other. Do, push my knuckle, shake it.
I am rather relieved to hear that I am far from the only one who kept thinking about black lace every time Agador got mentioned.
Interesting enough, Yasmin Churchman is still with us, who was the original voice of Alpha Centauri, and her last acting job on screen was the voice of Alpha Centauri
Yeah, in that
in
I forget the name of the story with
Empress of Mars.
Empress
Yeah.
of Mars, yeah.
That's how it's done right. That's how you do it right. You bring the actors back.
Yeah, you did ask.
Yep. What would he have waved in front of him if he didn't have that? Yeah, I mean, like the character of Ortron there, he is very much a rinse and reuse of Hepesh.
Yeah.
Very much so.
But the problem I have is the fact that they've got Frank Gatliff playing the part, and he's really good. You know, it is a rinse and repeat, but it's done really well. Like, it's really difficult to play a character to such a degree whereby you hate them.
Yeah. And
You know?
he is doing it with consummate ease.
Yeah.
So he's obviously doing a seriously good job of it.
I mean, the only other character I can really point to where it was almost like instant hatred is Imelda Staunton's character in Harry Potter, whereby she's like torturing the kids, and it's just like, oh, you bitch.
I'm quite proud to say I've not seen that one.
Oh, it's really good. It's really good.
Not what you'd call the biggest Harry Potter fan.
Oh, I am. I do enjoy the films. From Prisoner of Azkaban on, they're really good stuff. Particularly, I'd say Prisoner of Azkaban, Order of the Phoenix. No, I'm not a big fan of the Half Blood Prince, but the Deathly Hallows is up there. The Half Blood Prince is the weakest one, I think. I think after Prisoner of Azkaban, every story ends with everybody dying. Well, people dying. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I've seen clips of it, so. Yeah.
Did you notice that guy there straight in the back of the chair? You should have put the chair on and went. "Eee."
And not only that, there's another lady.
Yeah. No, that lady was in the earlier episode. Doesn't Ortron sound like he should be a Decepticon? I mean, he's already purple.
Well, you give him the voice of Soundwave, and I'd like him a lot more then.
There's little things that they could have changed in this production. I think that would have worked better. And one of the things that they really should have changed is her crown, because it looks like a party hat. It looks like she won it in a cracker.
Yeah, it is very cheap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not majestic at all.
It's shiny. That's quality tin foil, mate. That's probably Baco foil. It's that shiny.
And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the sort of all the women's lib that you get in this.
Well, that's not really women's lib, though, is it? I mean, you could say that to any ruler that's not ruling properly. I mean,
Yeah,
so
Again-
I've been misled along that path there.
it is a women's lib message in there, but it's delivered in such a way that it's like, actually, you just need to be able to stand up for yourself.
Yeah.
That's a good message for anybody.
Yeah. Pertwee is catting quite a figure there, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
He is the only character in this that should be ignorant. Because he is so like, oh, but all the others should have some sort of a bit more. I think it's the fault of the fact that they, instead of writing the characters so that they should question, they've left them ignorant because they are just trying to forward the plot, and because they've thrown so much plot into this, they could have pulled stuff out to make space.
You know, I think if they had done that with a story so convoluted, it would have had to have been like an 8-parter or something to get all of that in.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think because the stuff with Atlas, I think they could pull out later, and the stuff with the Ice Warriors they could pull out later. It's there's no need. In fact, I don't think there's any need for the Ice Warriors to be there. To be honest, though.
No, not really. I mean, the fact that they don't appear until halfway through the story makes you think, was it something they decided to throw in later on?
It's a 2-part story, and I think it actually improves when the Ice Warriors show up. It's a different story then. The first 3 parts are actually the parts that make you go, this is move. I think when the Ice Warriors show up, it actually picks his feet up, actually. I think they actually do use them as a tool to sort of smooth out the plot, to discard certain elements. But then again, you don't get those elements wrapped up then because they just discarded them.
I'd say the sets for the underground and the passages and they're dressed pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I like the fact that they've tried to recreate the sets faithfully. Yeah, he's starting to drive the spike in, isn't he?
Yeah, that line was definitely added for that reason.
Yeah. See, now what they did there with the lance there was just to cut and just show the damn thing going off. They didn't add in any sort of effect there, and it looked better because there was no. It was just like this eruption. I don't like the idea of just adding in effects just for the sake of it. I mean, at least she's not wearing kinky boots the same way David Troughton was. I mean, I still can't get that vision out of my head.
Well, Sarah Jane's got them this time.
Yeah. No, they only go up to her knees. David Troughton's pair went straight up to the thigh. No. I don't know if anybody's told him this, but if your sword's bending like that when you're sharpening it, I don't think you want to be fencing people. What you didn't see there was the guard give him the middle finger off camera. Yeah, if you look at the state of those doors there, they're all bendy and round. They don't quite meet up. They're kind of curved. So I'm guessing parts of this set was reused. Parts of it's had a thrashing. I can believe all the corridor sets are just your standard flats. Just been replastered and repainted.
They certainly got a lot spot on with the like the torches that open the doors and things like that. I mean, they look identical.
Yeah. What I don't understand with the story, in particular with the miners, is the fact that none of the miners have any sort of a trait of a miner. Like they don't have lamps, they don't have equipment, they don't have picks, they don't have, there's no accessories with them, or they haven't said, they've grown up in the mine, so their eyes can adjust to the dark. Or there's nothing like that in it. Like, it's kind of paper thin.
Well, yeah, you can tell a miner by his spiffy hair, can't you?
It does get annoying because like there are certain productions in the classic Who that we've seen in this season and previous whereby they have put the thought in. It's just like there's a chain of thought that has come from production whereby they've not really thought far enough ahead. Like I think it's a really great benefit when they put in the actual thought into sort of the design of characters like the miners or whatever, and then put in that little bit of an extra effort to sell them as miners. I mean, they could be kinky gladiators dressed like that, couldn't they? Hide behind this wobbly rock.
Oh, at last, some mining equipment.
Yeah, exactly.
Shouldn't they be singing "Hi Ho" or something? I mean, if you're going to be a miner,
See, this is what makes me think that this has been a rebuild as well of Alpha Centauri, because it was never this articulate. I'm guessing the left hand is working the eye. So you got the right hand doing this, and the left hand's making it blink, or making it move from side to side.
you mean it's not real?
It's a bit more real than a rubber frog.
Careful, it's only a short step from rubber frog to, I can't even say it, rubber frog to flying Cyberman heads, mate.
God, that's just an embarrassment. No, do you know what makes it worse? Genuinely, what makes that worse is the fact that in that episode as well, they escape by putting on bloody Cyberman's outfits. It's like, they're not costumes. They're supposed to be guts and gore and shit and everything inside those things.
There you go, I've started him off. Off he goes.
No, it's like gutting bloody RoboCop. You can't just take it off and put it on like an outfit. It drives me wild. It does. Though that sort of thing just makes you look like a costume. I know it is a costume, but it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, you're right, Leon. He has got a bit of Tom Baker about him, hasn't he?
Oh yes. Every now and again, you just very reminiscent. Well, they want more. Obviously, that's what they've been yelling about. And it's just in the song. With the rebel yell, they want more, more, more. Particularly in the midnight hour.
There's not really much I can say to that.
He built that cupboard himself. Yeah, and there's the cliffhanger. Ice Warrior.
Well, I say it looked more like a Ice Warrior than a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Right, before we go on to episode 4,
yeah,
I seriously need to take a leak. So we have a couple of minutes before that one.
Pause when you come back. So I've got to. Unfortunately, I've got to let BritBox do his thing. I can't pause it in between. One sec. Ting. BritBox, presented by BBC and pause. There we go. So, how are you enjoying it so far, Chris?
It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I'll be honest. I've got a feeling the story's going to take a nosedive at some point. But
I don't think the story's going to nosedive. I think it's going to change direction. It's now that you're going to get into what everything that you've just watched for the past 3 episodes is now about to become almost irrelevant. So that's kind of where you're at. Everything that you've just seen, the past 3 episodes, has been pretty much just guessing who's who.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, what we've seen so far, I mean, the sets aren't too bad. A lot of them are pretty good. I mean, the underground or like the catacomb type stuff is dressed really well and it's lit really well.
Yeah.
So they've got it right on that. The score is one of the best scores I've heard.
It's really good, isn't
it? This era of Who, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you've got some stereotypical characters there, like Etis and Ortron. Ortron is really sort of, again, he's just Heppish. He's not really doing anything other than just exactly what Heppish was doing. So, Lucosa's back.
I survived.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, it's a very much a rinse and repeat story from Curse of Peladon. But it is literally about everything I just said just now. Everything that he's just seen, just forget it, because it's about to change.
Yeah, it's about to change quite dramatically, yeah.
Yeah, and everything this entire setup has been about one thing, about miners striking and workers' rights and dealing with the government and so on. and it's about to go out the window.
Out the window, yeah.
Oh,
Like,
great!
literally.
I
Yeah,
just worked out who everyone is.
Yeah, that's pretty much all it's been. The past 3 episodes has literally been setting up the players. So, yeah. I'm about to press play for episode 4, is it?
It is.
episode 4.
Yeah, episode 4. Okay, let's go. And 3, 2, 1, play! Diddly-dee, 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 diddly-dee. There he is, Pertwee. Do-do-do.
John Pertwee didn't change age by looks for at least 40 years before up until he passed away. He looked the same.
Yeah.
Unless he was dressed up as Wurzel Gummidge, he looked exactly the same.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the promotional stuff, and when he was doing stuff like the Navy Lark on the radio, he looked identical then.
Yeah. Well, the one on the right is very portly.
Oh.
See the grace she walks through that door. Now, they've done this weird thing with the Ice Warriors, right? In that the head piece and the mouth is actually molded in one. Instead of just cutting out the mouth and painting the person's face green, and then they've got this one behind him there with a giant head.
That is
that is,
unlogic.
Yeah.
if he nuts you, you're gonna know about it. I mean, look at the size of that. Why would you put that on screen? If that Ice Warrior nutted Alpha Centauri, it'd be like planets colliding. There he is again with a quaff.
Is that Alan Benyon again as the Ice Lord?
It is,
yes,
yeah.
It is, yes.
Same one who was Islir in Curse. I forget the name of the Ice Lord in the Seas of Death, but it was him again for that one.
Yeah.
Wow, this has gone wrong, hasn't it?
Yeah. But again, now this is the plot now. It's this to the end. I wish they wouldn't focus on the polystyrene door. I really. Can't answer. Tell me to silence.
That's that same actor again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's over there somewhere. I don't care.
Yeah. I'm only fearing for my life here.
Oh, I'm just an extra. Why are you making me talk?
Also, did you get that belt off Julie Newmar? It's a bit hipster. I don't know if anybody's forgotten this. Maybe the production did. But this is supposed to be a bloody palace. Like, the security is atrocious. People just come and go as they please. It's just... Having Isaac here standing next to that Ice Warrior, it's kind of like Darth Vader standing next to Lord Helmet. It looks like somebody made the costume for a fan film or something. It's really bad. Takes his helmet off. He's actually Sontaran.
I wonder if George Lucas had a look at this before he come up and okayed the designs for Darth Vader, because I mean it does predate it, and the look is there, isn't it? The cape, the helmet.
Now we just had the "I am the law" bit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it wouldn't. Look, George Lucas was working out of the UK for when he was making Star Wars, and some of the artists were UK based. I mean, look, it's why Mark Hamill is such a big fan of like the two Ronnies and so on. It's because he spent so much time watching BBC TV, you know.
To be fair, in 1976, 77, there weren't much choice, was there?
Yeah. But this is it. I mean, they were over here for what 3 years. I mean, if you look at the amount of time they spent here with Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, it's quite a long time, like. The one with the big head or the one with the small head? Oh, no, he's working it out. He's doing the math.
When he's done with this, he's off to ice Weight Watchers.
Yeah, I think the character of Alpha Centauri is one of those characters that always puts his foot in it. I think that it is something that could have been exploited a bit more. Just walk away from them. They're not going to catch you. They couldn't if they wanted to.
He was someone else a couple of episodes ago, wasn't he?
Yeah. He's got a weird swagger.
I hate the fact this sounds like a euphemism, but he has got a very badly painted helmet.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm wondering whether or not it was if what they've done in there is that it was originally painted a bright green, and they started painting an acrylic on top of it, and it started peeling, and they thought, oh, we like that.
It does look weathered, I'll give it that.
No, one thing I will say about the production design in this that I don't like is the fact that there's a lot of green on screen, and I don't think they've really thought about it. But You've got the Ice Warriors that are all green. You've got Isaac Seer that's all green. You've got the Doctor in all green. You've got Alpha Centauri in all green. It's just very, very green.
Although sometimes the Doctor is in blue, so you know.
Yeah.
I think the production quality was better for Curse. See, the lighting's changed now, so it's gone back to bloody studio lighting. So everything's all. This supposed to be the mines now, and it's all lit like this. Again, there's no need to throw this whole thing in with Etis. There's no need.
The miner has just been killed there. I am desperately trying to remember where I've seen him before.
Well, he was in a couple of episodes ago.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what the actor's name is.
See, all this areas are all overlit. It's supposed to be a bloody mine.
It should be like as near the total darkness as it gets.
Yeah. And I mean, that's how it was a couple of episodes ago. We've literally got a previous, not even this in the same series, but in the bloody same show, in the same story. We've got a comparison.
So you missed the bit where the Ice Warriors brought their special lighting rig in then?
Then again, cuts back to the throne room then. And the throne room's, that's quite nice. If it wasn't for that green bollock.
Oh, that actor, Chris, that you was talking about, that's Roy Evans. And he was Bert Pritchard in The Green Death that we saw a few episodes ago. He was also Trantis in the Daleks' Master Plan.
Yeah, but he was all he was the miner that was fondling bloody Joe, getting overly touchy.
Yeah, he was the miner that was with Joe all the way through with the coat, giving her his coat and stuff like that. No?
Yeah, he
No,
died.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't Doctor Who that I recognise him from.
Oh, he's been in
I mean, he's
loads
been
of
in,
stuff.
yeah, so I'm sure he's been in plenty of other stuff, but
Why would you put it on screen? Look at it. Jesus Christ.
Could almost not see his human skin colour through that mouth there.
Watch a pummeling this guy gets. He was down off the first one, They're still going at it. You can hear them. He's still having it. Watch now. I don't know the way. All right, tell me. Go down there. And keep going down there.
yeah, and only one person knew the weight of that one. Yeah.
What you do is you walk down that tunnel and don't deviate.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, he's still having it.
Yeah, they really don't like that ice warrior, do they?
You seem upset. See, the lighting for the mines now over there, when he was running through, looks pretty good. It's just all over the place.
No, the Doctor's back in blue.
Yeah. I want to believe it's his stunt shirt, I think.
His stunt shirt, you say?
Yeah. See, and I know we've got this whole scene where Etis has gone insane. And yeah, the John Pertwee stuntman. And like, there's a couple of times where they photograph him here, and it's it's clearly not John.
Good job that cave has got a camera rig with motion control
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah, it's quite handy, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wait a minute now, Chris. I appreciate you pulling apart the technology there, but you're dealing with this ruffian bloody ice warrior with a bright emerald cape. Like, even the Wizard of Oz didn't have that. Nutting him in the nuts.
It's not the most convincing wig ever, is it?
No. That was a really big telegraphed punch there. And that's the end of episode 4. So I think we're in. I think we are still in sync, but yeah, no, the plot has changed, and this is it. This is the plot going forward. It's the Ice Warriors now. The Ice Warriors taking over a place where there's no ice. There you go. BritBox. Ting. Presented by BBC. And starting episode 5. Diddly-dee, 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 diddly-dee. Don't you find it, like, is it just me? But don't you find it strange that they've done several Ice Warrior stories, including modern Who, where they've brought back the Ice Warriors, and ice is not featured?
No, not once.
Like, The closest they got was bloody the Cold War story on the submarine.
Yeah, they haven't been particularly icy, have they?
No. Yeah, quite a bit back actually. This is one hell of a recap.
Yeah, this is going a long way back.
Yeah, that wig is just not. It lacks bounce. He needs L'Oreal.
Only because John Pertwee's worth it.
Yeah. Ash, that man doesn't even look like Jono.
No, he doesn't.
Like, is he me or does he not headbutt him in the balls?
It did look like a ball shot.
I don't want to say it, but he is tossing him off.
You might not want to say it, but you did.
I know. I didn't say I wouldn't.
No, I think the last time I saw a stunt double that was that badly, obviously not, was in the original Star Trek.
I was going to go with Spaceballs. Queen Vespa's stunt double had a moustache. See, again, there's a flaw in his brilliant plan there, in that the mines lead to big open things called the outside. I wonder how, genuinely, I wonder how long those torches stayed lit for before they had to top them up with whatever toxic fumes they. Because they seem to be lit for all the time they're on screen.
I mean, regardless, it is nice to see actual fire rather than a special effect.
Oh, yeah. And again, that stage is flooded with fumes. It must be toxic as hell over there as well, because all that plastic that's melting over there. Yeah, see his shirt's gone from blue to green.
Well, they didn't spot that when they were actually, doing the edit.
I mean, it's hard to say.
It's obvious. He's got a lenticular outfit on. He'll turn round in a minute, it'll be blue again.
He blew up with a gun. What happened to Etis? He broke the world high jump record. He was disqualified from the pole vault because he didn't use a pole.
But at least we know that Metis didn't suffer from dandruff.
No.
I mean, they found his head and shoulders in one of the tunnels.
Yeah, exactly. Forget who. I just want to query this.
The most alive person you've ever
Yeah.
met, eh? Yeah.
What's she been associated with?
How's that for an epitaph? The most alive person I've ever met. Yeah.
Like, look at, I don't want to keep banging on about it, but look at the fumes coming off that torch. These people are off their tits.
Not dread to think how Alpha Centauri looks to them.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, well, they're tripping their heads off.
They're like, this effect is brilliant, look at that. Again, so this is the where Ortron has come into his own now, is because he's actually changed from Hepish, where Hepish would have been the sleazeball behind this. Now the actual character has in fact changed.
Yeah, there's a stark contrast to how he was in the first 3 episodes compared to now.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
You just wonder if somewhere behind the scenes he's done a Mitchell and Webb and he's turned around and said, "Are we the baddies?"
Yeah. And I don't mind that, because that's a little bit of a redemption there for him. You know, it's not.
No, not an empty death like the guy in the Dalek story.
Yeah, no. I mean, he firmly was on the side of Peladon there. And I mean, we've seen this sort of thing before, whereby somebody's faked an illness to escape. But I don't know if you know this, but it has actually worked. I was watching a documentary the other day about. Do you remember the raid on the Iranian embassy?
Yeah.
Oh, in the early 80s.
Yeah. When the SAS raided the embassy to get. Well, apparently, 2 of the hostages feigned illnesses to allow them to escape from the embassy, and it actually worked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard of people making themselves ill. I was reading a story once about a guy that was caught in some far-flung country and he was in prison.
Mm-hmm.
And he injected a sensitive part of his body, of which there are 2, with some muck he found by the side of a toilet. Got an infection, swelled up, and they let him go. As soon as he got antibiotics, he was all right. But that's an extreme way of doing it.
But no, the whole thing with faking an illness to escape was something that has actually worked. I'm sorry, all I can see is that helmet. They had a choice of Ice Warriors to use.
I mean, that Ice Warrior looks like I can't remember the name of the episode where you got the woman made out of stone. Is it Hand of Fear?
Yes.
It looks like the second one, the bloke. I think
The
they
bloke
paint. Yeah, they painted this.
with a
Yeah,
moustache.
yeah. I think they painted this costume grey and used it for that.
But the thing is, they've got other Ice Warrior costumes. Like they could have gone. Actually, this one's pretty bad. Let's put this one in the background and never bring him close to camera.
Yeah. It has appeared in an awful lot of scenes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. The thing is, you can instantly identify which one's which.
Perhaps it's a commentary that Ice Warriors have feelings too, and they're all individuals.
That Ice Warrior there is called Ted. Fat Ted. Fat Ted. Oi, Fat Ted. I hate to point out the flaw of their plan here, but they're in the mine. They'll run out of air in the mine soon. But we're in the mine. Yeah, we really should leave. I'm not sure what Alpha Centauri was expecting the appearance of Agador to be, other than a trick.
Yeah, he's the most alive.
Yes.
More
Most
alive
alive
than anyone else.
She knows. Yes.
Everyone else is only a bit alive, but him.
She likes to hang out in morgues, I think. Now, I don't want to point out the flaws here, right? But these people know that the appearance of that thing means that it's going to do something which is going to kill them. So the second you see it...
Yeah, the instant you see it, run! Yeah.
Stop showing him! I mean, I can only assume the other Ice Warrior costumes were badly damaged. That's all I can. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, they made that one out of about 3.
Yeah.
Not all of them Ice Warrior costumes.
I'm convinced they used a bit of paper mache on a motorcycle helmet.
Well, he did stay out of trouble. He sent a stunt double in.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if there is any information on why that costume is so bad. Because I mean, they've got other ones there, so I'm assuming that it is a budget thing.
Using a sonic screwdriver as an actual screwdriver. Who'd have thought it, eh?
Yeah. Cold War was the name of the episode that they were on board the submarine.
There he is with his props again.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss that when we change to another Doctor.
Yeah. Oh, he's doing business all the time. All the time. Now, if I'm seeing this right, I don't know how well you can see it, but if you look at the Ice Warriors helmet there, it looks like, and I it could be wrong, but it does look like uh, Azaxia's helmet is actually split under the eye.
Well, I noticed something like that earlier on. I thought it was a reflection.
Yeah, no, I think
Oh.
under the if you look under his left eye, I'm pretty sure it's split through. It looks like it's been repaired. So I mean, these costumes are probably knackered. They've been around
Oh,
since
yeah,
like
yeah.
67, 68.
The way the Queen was stood there talking, she really, really reminded me of Sophie Aldred. Could have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shut up, Alpha. Shut up. Stop talking.
It's not split. It's got like a crease in it.
I don't know. No, if they look, we try to come a bit closer on the screen. You see where you got the lighter green and the darker green.
Yeah.
If you look in the darker green, it looks like it's been split through. Stop talking. You can only destroy the Doctor with this bullet. I shall take this bullet and destroy the Doctor. Thank you, Alpha Centauri. Can you imagine the size of the screwdriver you would have had to have used? Over?
Yeah, for that thing.
It's not a posi drive, but here's a shovel.
Yeah. See, now, why didn't they use that Ice Warrior costume earlier?
Yeah.
How can you smell with that with all those fumes? Everything's burning.
Yeah, and now we've got burning polystyrene because those fumes are perfectly okay.
I mean, look at that. Look at the size of that Ice Warrior's head compared to his. Look at them. They're two extremes.
I tell you what it looks like. It looks like they had another Ice Lord helmet and they put that over the top of it.
It's bad. It's really bad. Oh, and that's the end of that one.
Crash them into some melting polystyrene.
Yeah. So we're at episode 6. That's not bad. Yeah, it's they're the costumes. I mean, if they were that knackered, don't use them.
They are not in good nick at all.
No.
It's all down to budget again, though, isn't it? What have we got in the cupboard? Right, we'll have Ice Warriors in this story.
Oh, here we go. I've got my BitBox popping up. And start. Yeah, I mean, I would have just taken them out. I wouldn't have used the Ice Warriors in because I think that you've got enough of a story with the miners, and that story hasn't been wrapped up. It's not gonna be. So if you're expecting the story of the thing with the miners and the society to sort of work together and come together and reach an agreement, now forget it. It's gone. It's not coming back.
God, this episode's gone back a long way as well.
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah.
Well, if you're watching this weekly, there's a lot to remember.
I think I know genuinely. I think what it is. I think because it is a 6-parter. I think that they've added these extra 2-3 minutes on, so they can take 2-3 minutes out of the story because they don't have enough story to make it 6. To fill it out. I mean, that head is so big, it doesn't actually fit inside the collar. It literally doesn't. Unless, of course, that actually is the size of the actor's head. Look it!
Well, shuffle it.
Yeah, of course he's alive. He's the most alive person Sarah Jane knows. I mean, that lip syncing is just. See, that's how the mine should have been lit from the beginning. It's the same scene. All they've done is just change the lighting.
Yeah, with that veins of whatever they're mining behind them lit up like that, it looks quite effective.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a shame that they have to keep using the same walls all the time, but, needs must. That's the kill button, Doctor. Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure of that. I really wouldn't. That's just an assumption that Agador's not going to attack you. I mean, he's still working out the buttons there. Is that really the moment to be putting all your trust in him? Like, when the Doctor's flipping switches and pressing buttons are going, well, I wonder what this one does.
Yeah, but it's John Pertwee. He knows what buttons to press.
With all the fumes I've been breathing in, I can see purple octopuses. Bit of tinfoil stuck on a record player there. It's not that shielded. I mean, the doors are open. And if the defenses in the Citadel are anything to go by, I really wouldn't put your faith in it.
Yeah.
I wonder. I'm just out of curiosity here. 1, 2, 1. I'm not seeing that many people listed here.
What sort of list are you looking for? If it's a list
Uh,
of most alive people, there's only one on there.
no, as far as I can tell, I've only seen 4 Ice Warriors, and that's including the commander as well. Like aside from Azaxia, like there's only Fat Ed, Thin Ed, and the normal one.
Well, according to the uncredited cast, the Ice Warriors, there's 4 on there. So it'd be 4, probably be 4 on the plus Skell and Azaxia. So there should be 6 in total.
Hmm. I think in that shot there, you could actually see how the Mylar works. It very much looked like a glass reflection shot. Yay! We won't run away. So, I mean, there is a fault in Azaxia's logic here. I mean, he was correct, technically, but he had no idea that the miners were going to come back. He had no idea they were going to come through that passage. He had no idea they were going to come from behind that tapestry, and yet he still knew exactly where to stand.
It's the mark of a good commander, I suppose.
I mean, considering how many holes there are getting in and out of the Citadel, I would have banked on that. No, he's the most alive person. This suddenly could be going in a very different direction with that command.
That door practically opens the first time she pulled on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame that the sets aren't as robust as they needed to be. But again, no, see, look at the quality of the lighting in this section now, though. It's so much better, and it's just ups and downs.
which is more than I can say for what he's done there. He was holding the gun against the Queen. So he's now nowhere near her. There you go.
Oh, who shall I shoot at? Who shall I shoot at? Who shall I shoot at? Now, he could have stabbed him, but at the same time, he could have just punched him in his Ice Warrior nuts. We don't know. Either way, it was a fatal blow.
Not again. He was so alive.
Fourth time, yeah. Fourth time this visit. Yeah, she just realised there's no point in closing the door. The people just in and out anyway. Surprise! I mean, this is the stupidity and the flaw in his plan here. Like, the Queen is his way to get out of there, so he threatens to kill her. I'm not really sure he's thought that through. Now, I believe this door magically repaired itself at some point, and then went back to being holy. It's alive! Kill it!
How can she think he's dead after what she said earlier on?
She thinks he's dead every time she sees him,
Yeah.
sort of like, you know, in any sort of dangerous situation.
That's why he doesn't sleep in front of her.
Yeah, I'm going for a kip. He's dead!
Yeah.
Napping in a chair, all of a sudden she's starting a bloody rapid chest massage. Yeah, watch that shot. It's going to come back again. Unfortunately, because they don't move the camera, it's obviously the same shot. There you go. There's no need to track him down. He's just coming back. Exactly the same way he left. I mean, given that they are searching for the Queen, I don't think it's the best practiced policy for everybody to keep checking the same tunnel. Like, all the miners are just like, oh no, let's just follow him. Let's not bother with any of these other paths.
I'll say the costume for Agador isn't too bad. Not in the way they've lit it.
Yeah.
Until that bit.
Yeah. Now, she's just kind of thrown Otron there under the bus, even though he did sacrifice himself to save her. I agree. Like, he wasn't an unpleasant character, but he did redeem himself. There's no need to do that. See, the quality of the lighting for this scene is brilliant compared to the rest of it. Now, you got to remember, these are the same sets. And it just looks fantastic. And had it all been photographed like that, it'd have been a very different thing. Yeah, and that's the end of that one. There you have it. Monster of Peladon.
Another one kicked off.
Yeah. So, thoughts, Chris?
Better than I was expecting, to be honest with you. It's not without its flaws, but it was a lot better than I was expecting, even with the story change.
It was a big story change, though.
It was a massive story change.
I mean, it went from being a story about political dissidents and equality and miners' rights and working conditions and so on, and ended up being a story about an invading army. It literally took a. And the thing is that none of what you saw in episodes 1, 2, or 3 is resolved. The most that we can say is Ortron's dead. So, Lucosa, now that you've had cast a fresh pair of eyes on this, how do you find it?
A lot better than I thought it was going to be, to echo other opinions. It took a totally different change of direction, from episode 4 onwards. I think a badly needed change of direction. I was finding episodes 1, 2 and 3 a bit tedious, to be honest. It was too many things going on, and yet it was all the same bloody thing with each of them, and it was starting to get annoying. So when the Ice Warriors showed up, and therefore everything all changed, it was almost as if they've rescued this story. I thought the second half was so much better than the first.
Yeah, I think that is what it is. I mean, it's unusual for the second half to be stronger than the first part, because usually the setup is the strongest half.
Yeah.
The payoff in this, though, I mean, really, there's a double setup and there's a double payoff, I suppose, with this. But we got the guy with the wonky eyes in the who we don't ever see ever again because he gets killed and there's no others like him. We got some terrible costume choices in this. Some really bad costume choices. I don't want to harp onto not just the Ice Warriors here. I mean, the fact that there's so much green on screen, it's just the colorization and just make a variety. Put somebody in a different outfit, just a different color. Then you got the really crap crown that the Queen wears.
Yeah, that was terrible, wasn't it? Yeah.
I mean, there should have been some sort of tiara or something. If you're not going to give it a proper crown, that thing looks absolutely just cheap. We got wonky sets, wonky chairs. Literally, you could watch the scene whereby the guy puts the chair down for the Queen, and literally you can see his concern because he literally straightens the back before she sits on it. It's like that's really bad. It suffers with the fact that they reuse plot in this from Curse of Peladon. But the payoff, again, it's really difficult to criticize the character of Ortron because the actor does such a good job of getting under your skin.
Yeah, yeah.
He is absolutely amazing at it, and he does get a bit of a redemption, so that's kind of nice. It does feel like though it is rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it does.
Although it wasn't as well done second time round. It's not a patch on Curse.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then: what if they had ditched the first 3 stories, the first 3 episodes? Would it have made it better? If they ditched the first 3 episodes and then just done the Ice Warriors taking over Peladon.
In a way, yes, I think it would have helped. But you remember at the start when I was saying there was something that they did in Curse of Peladon and they didn't do in this, and I wish they kept it. It's that the Ice Warriors were effectively, yeah. And I did really like that about Curse of Peladon, and of course in here they just revert back. Oh no, make the Ice Warriors the enemies again.
I mean that is a huge issue as well, because to me as well, I think that it doesn't. It's just standard villain of the week. instead of actually, because they actually had progression. But I mean, there was a part of this which said that they sort of were traitors to the actual.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
So I could kind of go along with that. You know, maybe that's part of it. But we never saw anything of it. We didn't get to see the payoff of it. We heard Alpha talk about the war being over with Galaxy 5, and
yeah, which came along all very suddenly, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's one of those convenient plot devices.
yeah,
so I mean, there's a lot, but there's a lot of that in this. And again, it's the first real time whereby I think that um, when I'm looking at how the story's written, they deliberately write things into this that was so convenient and so characters were written in such a way that the ignorance or the stupidity really was starting to conquer the plot.
yeah.
Again, the whole thing whereby people just suddenly showing up and being in the right place at the right time, to the point whereby even Azaxia was just like, oh, let's just stand by this wall here and wait,
Yeah,
like, because they're gonna come in through that tapestry any second. It was full of a lot of things like that. Ecclesy, the character of Ecclesy, he wanted power, and for some reason he felt like that taking charge of the Tri-Syndicate was going to make him the ruler of Earth.
By the way, while you mentioned Tri-Silicate, that
Yeah.
mineral was named as such because Barry Letts saw it listed on the back of a tube of Boots
toothpaste,
tooth.
Yeah. But I mean, this is it. There are leaps in logic in this. Like Ecclesy's going to become the ruler of Earth because of Tri-Silicate.
yeah, because he's got the that's that stuff mind. Yeah, I mean, that makes the Daleks' leap of logic last week look perfectly reasonable.
But also, then we also get the twist then with Etis, where Etis is suddenly turned against other miners, and he's just like, no, I'm suddenly going to become this insane killer
Yeah,
just because, and
Yeah.
I'm going to kill everyone just
yeah,
because.
I think that happened just so they could have a cliffhanger for that
They
episode.
wanted a fight scene, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a struggle to kind of, because the first part of this story is one that you've got to wade through to get to get it going. And again, yes, you're struggling with the same sort of, the visual effects in this are not good. It's overlay effects, and any time Agador would appear, it would be the same sort of like still shot of it, and it would just crash zoom in. And you just hear that as it would do it. I mean, I don't know about you guys. It felt like there was a lack of effort when it came to the visual effects. I know they've in previous stories they've used a lot of color separation overlay.
that's why I don't think there was any CSO was there in this one.
I think there was one shot,
Oh.
and I think it was where Etis was looking at the Citadel with the.
Oh yeah. I think you're right there.
I think that's the only one. But I mean, I got a feeling like looking at how the visual effects were done in this, I would have preferred it to have had even less visual effects in it. To be honest with you, I'm not sure how they would have done Agador appearing, but I wouldn't have done that. I think the other part of it as well is the fact that it was supposed to be this like sophisticated holographic projection, and yet the damn thing couldn't move. I think I would have actually used the actual costume for Agador and actually had the actor inserted on a CSO, just so that it looked like a moving hologram. Instead of just this frozen statue where it's just going. Yeah, there's a lot of wonky stuff in this. I mean, it's.
Well, Pertwee's stuntman was stuck out like a sore thumb, but I have read that he'd been Pertwee himself been hampered by chronic back problems throughout the production,
Yeah.
and it got so bad that wherever possible, Terry Walsh, the stuntman, was filling in for him all over the place.
Yeah.
They just could have got a better wig, and they probably could have got away with it.
I mean, that is a huge problem. But the other part of that is as well. If you know the stuntman is going to be doing something, have him back the camera, not face. It's that simple. You literally you spin around. It's the old theatrical trick. We used to do it on stage all the time. I used to do Texas switches for people all the time on stage, and because they couldn't do it, or they were unable to do it, or it was too dangerous for them to do it. And you all you do is you literally don't face the audience. It's not hard. You know, I actually did a stunt double. I was doing we done Oliver. And at the end of Oliver, there's the scene at the end of Oliver where Bill Sykes gets shot. The guy playing Bill Sykes, he was just scared of heights, so he couldn't actually do it. And we had this whole rostrum built, whereby when he gets shot, he's supposed to fall off the rostra, and it's about I don't know, it's about 8 feet up. It's not massive height. But because it's 8 feet up and you're already on a 6 foot stage, you are effectively 14 feet in the air. And so he couldn't do it. So I had to do it. We had to do a Texas switch where I would actually take the bump. And I didn't even look anything like the actor. He was a good 6 inches taller than me. But you put me in the costume. I went through the archway. I turned my back to the audience so they couldn't see who it was, and I went off the rostra. And nobody knew any different. And that's how you do it. You just don't show your face. And given the fact that they had this on video, so they could have backed it and changed it, and I mean there are editorial mistakes in this as well. Like I said, if you go back and watch the scene whereby the doctor's sending Agador, and they've already broken into the Ice Warriors, already broken into the room, you'll see the door magically repair. It'll go from being a door with a hole in it to a complete door to a door with a hole in it.
And of course, the number of times the Doctor's costume completely changes colour.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, this is stuff that you picked up on. That doesn't even need to be pointed out. These are things that were just obvious flaws.
I mean, some of the errors they made with the editing. I mean, they should have learnt that 40 years previously with films like Plan 9 from Outer Space, where Bela Lugosi died halfway through and they changed him into something completely different.
Yeah.
You would have thought people would have learnt from that.
But again, I mean, the other part of this was the fact that the lighting in this is so inconsistent that you get the scenes whereby you've got a really shiny Alpha Centauri, which should have been matted down. But anyway, it should have been dulled down.
Yeah, it looked very plasticky, didn't it?
Yeah, and then you've got the Ice Warriors then, which are all in shiny costumes. So there's light all over the place. You got massive studio lights there that are banging out the set. You got caves then, or cave sets, that are brightly lit, and then and the thing is, when you see it where they've done it really well, it's obvious that people weren't paying attention. It's obvious. You can kind of tell when things were filmed together, because you can go, oh right, well clearly when they left the TARDIS at the start of the episode and when they went back to the TARDIS at the end of the episode, those were all done in at the same time. Because the lighting quality is brilliant. And then you cut the later parts of the scenes where they're in the cave, and you've got them working the seam, working in the mine, and it's obviously foam core sets and polystyrene, and then you cut back to it later on whereby they doing the whole bit whereby he's revealing to the miners that Agador's on their side, and it's all been switched off, it's all been taken down, and it's all gritty and cold, and it looks brilliant.
We've had that recently as well, haven't we? One of the stories with the Robin Hood type character in it.
Yeah.
Oh, we had that as well in that where
Time Warrior.
sometimes, the Time Warrior. Sometimes it looked like real wooden sort of paneling and that, and then they'd cock the lights up and it looked like a painted backdrop.
It's the biggest problem with classic Who, to be honest with you, and it actually gets worse towards the 80s. When you get to the Peter Davison era, no, when you get to the Peter Davison era, it's pretty much, it looks like it's in the studio. Unless it is shot on location, it's because I think like with the Tom Baker era, I think there are a couple of scenes that they should have done a little, had another go at. Like the death scene in Legopolis, whereby he transforms into Peter Davison. That should have been redone. They should have shot that on location, because it literally looks like they're on AstroTurf.
Yeah.
It's not good. But at the same time, like the big differences in how to control lighting as well, and the decisions to not shoot film. These were, you can see why they wouldn't have shot film in certain scenes, because it's easier to edit tape, and it's easier to do visual effects on tape, or visual mixing is easier done on tape, I should say, because obviously when they're shooting film, you've got to process the film, then you've got to send that over to be transferred to tape, then that's got to be fed back in for them to mix with other effects and then put onto a new piece of tape. Whereas on video editing, you just go transferring from A tape to B tape, and you can actually do it live, do a live mix. So that makes a big difference. But the problem is the quality isn't there. The thing with shooting 16mm is that films are still being shot 16mm. The quality of film these days that's shot. I mean, Black Swan was shot 16mm. Yeah, there's a movie right there that was shot on a very similar camera to the Third Doctor. It's the similar film stock. I think it was a better ASA. It was probably 150 to 200, but and potentially up to 500 as well. What else was shot 16mm?
Well, I don't know about recent, but my favourite film of all time was shot on 16mm, which is The Elephant Man.
Yeah. Oh, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how much stuff is shot 16 mil. It's quite a few. I'm trying to. I mean, a lot of stuff is going digital now, so it's you get a lot of people using Reds and Arri Alexas and things like that now. But there's always the argument of pixel rate, but I think the reason for going digital, and is the same reason why they went to video, is the fact that it's just easier to process. I don't think it looks better, because the old Gemini stock for digital was it was good, but it's not great. When you think about it, I've got a feeling the old Gemini stock for I want to say what was shot Gemini. Phantom Menace was shot in Gemini. It was one of the first ones, and it shows. Like, I think it's like a 2K stock. I want to say. What else? I mean, don't get me wrong. Like the advancements have allowed us to do stuff like this. Like us having this conversation right now is because of the, this changing technology. But I think that when you've got the opportunity to shoot something like an episode of Doctor Who like this, I don't understand the need to shoot it digitally or video, because it's jarring as well, and you can really see it in the 80s particularly. Is that the reason why they would shoot film stock in the 80s as opposed to video was because you couldn't really take a studio camera outside. It was just impractical. so they had to use a film camera. And that's where you get the differences then, because obviously a 16mm film is, it's above 4K. There's no such thing as 4K with a 16mm film. It'll record however much information you want on that piece of film. Whereas with video, they were pretty much recording 576 lines of resolution.
Yeah.
So and then when you're talking about something like Monster of Peladon, then there's really no excuses for them to be altering this lighting anyway, because it's stage lighting. They just turn on. Just remember what. The only time I would think that you would want to change the lighting is if you were doing a setup for a principal actor, and then you would just light it for the actor then. But there's so much stuff. This is shot multi-camera as well, by the way. This wasn't shot single camera. This was very much a multi-camera setup, whereby they've probably got 5 cameras on the go to get through the production. I'll hand them this. The sound in this was good.
Oh yeah, the
sound in
incidental
this was
music was
excellent.
great.
Not just the incidental music, but the sound. I mean, I could still hear that Ice Warrior being beaten to death off screen. I mean, it was good. It was even the noises that they had for the mines. There was the little things here or there.
Yeah, there was a definite background sort of wind sound in a lot of that was pretty good.
Yeah, and they say like there was a little bit more echoey when they're in the temple, and they're getting thrown into the pit with Agador. So the sound design was good. Dudley Simpson done a great job scoring this as well. I got a feeling there was some reused pieces in this, but I felt the incidental music in this was absolutely top notch compared to the quartet we had last night.
Yeah.
There was this strange. I don't know whether or not this was using curse or not, but there was there was like a cowbell sound in this, whereby they would enter in the citadel and it would just be like lightly tapped, so you get this like cowbell noise going off in the background as they were entering the sort of the throne room. I mean, like, what to you was the worst thing? Let's come to you, Lukosa. What was the worst thing about this episode?
The worst thing.
Yeah, your biggest thorn.
I mean, it may sound a bit petty, but the Doctor's costume constantly changing colour while he's in the mine did really irritate me. I think it was really just the fact, or the way that the first 3 episodes, everyone was an antagonist. Everyone, and the number of times the Doctor was saying, or the Doctor was facing execution. How many times are you going to threaten him with something before he just gets, oh yeah, all right, yeah, just get on with it then, it's too often. And also, how many times is Sarah Jane Smith going to see the Doctor appears to die and constantly lose it before she realises, no, he's all right still, Yeah. It does, yeah. You can take your pick out of any of those,
Yeah. I got to agree with that. The threat of looming death for the Doctor is not a motivation to roll the pot along. Chris, what are you? What's your worst thought?
I think probably how stupid everyone was during the first 3 episodes. I mean, they were incessantly stupid. I mean, there was every single one of them. There was hardly anybody that had any logical thought about anything at all. They would just continue, and it was like they were bickering for the sake of bickering. And I think that made the first 3 episodes really drag.
Yeah,
and I agree with Lukosa. When the Time Warriors turned up, even though it was a drastic change of story, it really gave it a kick up the arse.
Yeah, I did. So I mean, when they write in the characters like this, it's annoying. It's again, it's those sorts of tropes that bothers me when I see it on screen, because it's like logic can't win out because these people are so ignorant of it that the common sense just falls flat in its ass.
Yes, the bit that got me first was when the Doctor and Sarah were first taken away,
Hmm.
and no one even bothered to ask why they were there in the first place. It's
Yeah,
just like alien spies, take them away. It's like, no, we're not. Well, then, when they say no, we're not, that's the point where someone should say, well, what are you doing then? But they didn't even do that. It's like,
the
Christ.
I mean, the worst part about it, I think, as well, is the fact that they didn't get a full grip on why the miners were striking in the first place. Or why the miners were taking affirmative action in the first place. That was never fleshed out. That part of the story was never fulfilled. It was never fleshed out. It was never made tangible for the audience. It was just kind of a reason to make them grit. It was
Yeah.
just grit for the story. And then you've got Ortron, then, who is the only character who really should have been ignorant because he was the one who was there to get under your skin. He was the one that was had the Queen's ear, and he was the one that was constantly sort of. He's in many ways he is the Emperor Palpatine of this story in some way, in some respect. The problem is that he ends up doing something heroic, and it's a retrieval for the character. I don't know if that's the line he should have gone on. Um, I mean, if they were going to do that, they should have not made him so blatantly ignorant to the Doctor. Um, that's a whole juggling act right there.
Yeah.
Um,
It was a
At,
big
le-
old swing, the way he was, behaving towards, everybody really.
yeah,
well, at least they didn't go the whole hog and put him in league with Eckersley, because that would have been. I can see where someone would do that, but that would have really ruined it.
but again, we're bringing in the character of Ecclesley then to just be there for this. Given that they already said that the Ice Warriors were already occupying the planet before the Ice Warriors actually arrived, there was your excuse to have Agador, the hologram of Agador, killing people. There was no need for Ecclesley. He's a totally, when you think about it, he's completely redundant in the story.
Yeah, he was rather a superfluous character.
Yeah, there's no need to have him at all. But then at the same time, then, the Queen's handmaiden didn't do anything.
No.
Not she was the one of the only other women in this story. She did nothing. She brought
Well,
the tea.
she served some food and stood there, maiden in the Queen's hand, and that was about
Yeah.
it.
Um. So, I mean, I know you brought this up earlier as well, Chris. The actual story about what was going on with the Queen as well, and we brought this up before we even started watching this episode, which was about the sort of the strong the strong female characters in this. Um, it really was a nothing part of the story, and it was more of a general stand up for yourself kind of thing
Yeah,
at the
it was
end of
it
it.
was it was actually a good message. I mean, I had a I didn't read the plot or the synop. Well, I read the synopsis, but not the plot earlier on, so I didn't know what happened.
Hmm.
And the way it was writing it, it was like this story is a commentary on feminism, the Labour Party of the 1970s, and the miners' strikes. So I was expecting something completely different with the women, because that's why I said it beforehand. But when you actually get into the story,
Hmm.
it's the actual feminism part of it is actually just portraying a good message for anyone to believe. Stand
Yeah.
up for yourself, do what you believe in.
But the other part I want to ask you about though. I mean, like I said, they were talking about it being a commentary on the Labour Party of the 1970s and of the miners' strikes. Really and truly, none of that was addressed.
No, other than the fact that some of the characters were minors, to me that was as far as it went.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on. I mean, I normally have a look for the cast lists on the TARDIS Data Core site. You know, TARDIS Wiki, and it says here the last sentence says the story was highly politicised with pro-labor and pro-feminist themes. Um, uh, not really.
No.
Not really.
The thing is, I mean, we've only ever known a matriarchy in our lifetime. We've not known a king. We have firmly been under the reign of a queen. So I don't think a story whereby they're trying to convince a queen to be a queen is really that much of a stretch. If you see what I'm saying,
Yeah.
it's not really. This really wasn't a Snow White kind of story, whereby there was an evil queen or an evil, it didn't have that. The most this had was some guy who was a bit of a bell end. And then it all went sideways when the Ice Warrior showed up. So, and again, none of that gets resolved. So I don't really know, because if this was a political commentary on the Labour Party, you're gonna have to tell me where that was, because
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
no, I mean, like, I mean, what the fact that the government was meeting with striking miners. But when in the 1970s was the Labour Party at war with Galaxy 5?
Yeah.
I don't recall that ever happening. Yeah, it's a weird one, because I think that the strong message in this was pretty much stand up for what you believe in. I think is probably the strongest message in this.
Yeah.
I don't really see it as being the problem. Here's the problem with this, though. The actual message in this, what is it? What is it?
Your guess is as good as mine, really. There, to be honest, I view it purely as escapist science fiction that I enjoy watching. It's not something that I want to be thinking, oh, what's the political message behind this? To be quite frank, I'm not interested. If there is one, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, because this story doesn't really wrap. Because if you imagine, aside from the fact that Ortron is dead, when Pertwee gets into the box with Sarah Jane and flies off, they're pretty much exactly where they were before the Doctor arrived.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Nothing from like the first 3 episodes is resolved. Like you say, it all goes out the window as soon as the Ice Warriors turn up. They defeat the Ice Warriors, and it's like, oh yeah, everything's great. Well, hang on, no, it isn't. Everything's exactly the same as it was before, when everybody was at each other's throats.
Yeah. And again, and this is why I've talked about this before, whereby I wrote my fan fiction of Peladon, which was set. It was kind of doing the same story all over again, but they die, and the reason why they die is because they're doing the same thing they've done before and they've done this time. They're just not learning from their mistakes.
Yeah, so they do not learn from their mistakes.
And I think I think that's the only way you can forward Peladon, is to actually do a story like that, whereby you kind of go, well, actually, you've had a couple of opportunities to square this now, and you've not moved. Your people are still just as ignorant as they were, and it's still. I mean, the conflict in the characters here is ridiculous. Whereby You're refusing to use new mining technology, but we're going to accept these new shiny guns.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yes, the Federation technology is fine when it's guns, but when it's mining equipment, oh no, don't
Yeah.
we don't want to know it. To be honest, after two stories set on Peladon, my whole thought would be the Federation just turn around and say, look, Peladon is more trouble than it's worth. Just sod 'em. We don't want to know them anymore.
Let's find a silicate on something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a message to take away. If you're a worker and you need to change your rights and your conditions and you're not happy with the way it's going, wait for the men in the green silly hats to turn up, kill them, and nothing ever changes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one with the massive head and the one with the small head. And I mean, that was just bad.
I noticed you weren't a fan, to be fair.
It bothers me the fact that he was just on screen. Like it was so bad. Like it was bad when he was Ice Warrior number 3 over in the back.
Yeah.
But when they started using him as the principal guy, and he was going to stand guard outside the door, and it's just like, use a better costume. Like, I know you've got him, I can see him. Like, and that was just, and that sort of thing frustrates me then. Because I think what they've done there, and this is genuine, I have nothing to back this up with other than I have some knowledge of this, right? I'm willing to believe that the reason why he was used was because they paid him. That's it.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Because if they'd had somebody else to come in with the other Ice Warrior costume, they'd have had to pay that actor extra money to have done that scene, and it would have cost them an extra couple of shekels. So
They could have given him a different head. There's no way that bloke's head was as big as that. Otherwise, he'd be in some sort of freak show.
I honestly, that's the only thing that I got is the fact that it would have cost them more to have paid that actor to have done that scene. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. I can't think of anything else. As for Monster of Peladon, though, not a great showing for Agador.
No, he's barely in it.
Yeah.
And then he got killed.
Yeah. Again, I really bloody hate that outfit. Mainly because it's not terrifying.
No, it ain't. About as scary as Alf from that television program.
Yeah, that's what, and he's about the same size.
Yeah.
Like had it looked like Agador the statue, with a big saggy gut, it might have been a bit better. But that Agador is it's not good.
No, that is up there with that white ape thing from Star Trek, whose name I can't think of now. But you know the one I mean.
I know the one, yeah.
Yeah. The one with the horn.
Yeah. That's...
Yeah. I mean, it's
well, the other thing about it is, much in the way Attack of the Cybermen didn't have a tech, the Death to the Daleks didn't really have any supreme death to the Daleks. You know, a few of them died. This didn't have much in the way of Monster of Peladon, really, did it?
No,
because they already knew what Agador was, so it wasn't really. So there wasn't
no monster.
There was no monster.
I mean, unless you want to count the Doctor as the monster, because he did a lot of killing in this. Like he offed a lot of people in this. Like if you look at his death count, he killed at least 6, 7 ice warriors. Like he was just blowing them away. He killed 3 outside the door going into the refinery. He killed about 4 in the tunnels. He killed 1 on guard. So we're up to about 8, 9 people. He's just absolutely just offed. Like I'm sure that you could, like, given how clever the Doctor is, I'm pretty sure you could have rigged it with a stun setting. I'm just putting out that given that maybe he could have rigged the anti-theft device or the interference device that was on his room. I'm pretty sure you could have whipped that into it instead of just death everywhere. And then I mean, he just killed a lot of people in this. And given his lack of, I object to violence, he seems very good at it.
Yeah, you notice that an awful lot, especially during the Pertwee era. And he abhors violence, his words, in Planet of the Daleks, and yet he kills an awful lot of people.
He does. I mean, it's the thing with Monster of Peladon as well. Not only is there no real sort of monster aside from the Commander Ice Warrior, really. Again, I don't think he kills as many people as the Doctor.
No, he threatens to, but he doesn't really go through with it.
No. So, I really and truly, the Doctor is the monster in this. Perhaps he shouldn't have gone there.
It'd have been better off if he just stayed well out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, they'd be mining for the Ice Warriors now, but most of them would still be alive.
Yeah, but the Ice Warriors would have given them proper tools, so they wouldn't have been that bad. So they would have actually improved their mining circumstances, which is exactly what the miners were striking for. So everybody would have been happy.
Yeah.
Once again, the Doctor steps in and buggers it all up.
That is a story idea I wish they would do more of. The fact that everything is okay and things all go to tits up because the Doctor showed up and interfered with it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of any stories. They must have done some stories where that happened.
Face of Evil.
Yes.
Face of Evil is the only one I can really point to and go, right, the Doctor's returned to a place and this is wrong. Christopher Eccleston. He done one whereby he went back to the space station and he created the future that because the game station was changed.
Right, yeah, he created the future that gave the Daleks the opportunity to take Earth, yeah.
Yeah, because he wiped out all the news channels. And that allowed the station to be taken over. So there was that one. But yeah, it's not done very often. But I mean, again, if we're going to talk about stuff that's not done very often in Doctor Who, time travel isn't done a lot.
No.
I mean, it's a story about a time traveler, where time travel isn't a big thing. I mean, it's kind of like doing a Back to the Future where they don't go back to the future. So, yeah. Anyway, Monster of Peladon. I think we're going to hand this a grade, I think. Do you know what? I think I'm going to have to give this 2 grades. I think I'm going to give the first 3 episodes a grade, and I think I'm going to give the last 3 episodes a grade. Because I think that the stories are so different that I don't think I can give 1 grade to cover the whole story. If I was, it was the first part, and it's just going to pull down the second part. But anyway, the coach, I'll come to you first. What is your grade for Monster of Peladon?
Let's see. I mean, I did enjoy episodes 4 to 6. It didn't make a great deal of sense, but I did enjoy them.
I don't know what this made sense.
But yeah, but they were really rescuing the story from the very slow, plodding opening. I mean, it's not a patch on Curse, no surprise there. I'll give it 5.5.
Oh, yeah. Again, so are you actually based on the fact that the first 3 episodes drag it down?
Yeah. If it had stayed as it was for the first 3 episodes, it would have only got something like a 3.
Yeah.
And the rest of it, 4 to 6 was good enough. It'd be like a 7, 7.5.
So before we move on, then we talked about your lowest part of the episode. What was your highest part? What to you was you're like, oh, I like that. That was good.
Um, I mean, I am a fan of the Ice Warriors, even though, as I say, I do wish that they had kept the Ice Warriors as the good guys like they did in Curse,
Yeah.
and I wish they hadn't gone back to being the enemies. I do always like seeing them. I always thought it was a real shame that this story was the last time we saw the Ice Warriors in the classic era.
Yeah.
So yeah, having them back in it, I always thought that was really the story's highlight for me. I probably couldn't go into any more specific detail than that. I just enjoyed the second half more with their presence.
Was it just a better pacing?
The pacing was a lot better. Yeah, it still wasn't perfect, but yeah, it was an improvement. I think it also helped that instead of everybody being at each other's throats, suddenly there was just one villain, and it was everyone against the one, one side against another.
Yeah, and again, I think that goes to what the complexities of it being a six-parter is the fact that you started off with Ortron against the Queen, with then you had the miners against Ortron, and then you had Etis against the other miner, and then you had
Yeah,
everybody was just like this was a giant cluster,
yeah.
and then it needed hammering out, which it did get, but it left us unresolved. So yeah, there we are. Fair enough. Chris, come to you next, and yeah, what's your score for this?
All right, I would give it a 5.
Mm-hmm.
But if I was going to split it, it would probably be a 3 for the first half and a 7 for the second half. So yeah, going straight down the middle would be a 5.
Yeah. Okay. And again, obviously, I've just asked him what his high point is. I asked you what your low point is. What's your high point of this?
The start of episode 4. Literally, when the story got a much needed kick up the backside,
Yeah.
and something interesting happened. Yeah, that was the high point for me when the story went from, like Chris said, instead of everyone being all at each other's throats, you had two definitive sides. You had the, for want of a better phrase, the good guys and the bad guys, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it was kind of more. It became more of a traditional adversarial story rather than like, why is everyone having a go at everyone else?
It wasn't really sort of a fresh take because it did end up becoming Monster of the Week,
Yeah,
or Villain of the Week, or Creature of the Week. But it did need that to actually pull something together because these were just threads everywhere. So I guess your high point then was them just sort of hammering it out.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Again, I'm gonna hand it 2 scores as well. I'm gonna give it again, probably very similar to you, Chris. Probably for similar reasons as well. It'll be the first 3 episodes are gonna be a 3, and the second 3 episodes probably 6.5. Mainly because the issue is purely because the last 3 episodes are more excitable, but there's so much still left up in the air. Like they've left all these threads wide open, and unless these people are going to get wiped out or beaten, or something was going to go, you end up with the soldiery fighting with the miners, and it was like this. No, these people still don't agree, and so there was an opportunity here to have almost a triangular thing going on, whereby one was playing the other. There was this almost Mexican standoff situation, which ended up getting collapsed. So I think the first part because they didn't resolve the first 3 episodes, it drops right away down. It was all set up, but they couldn't write their way around this. They then introduced a foreign element to rally against, but then that really didn't pan out that well either. because their plan was to take over the planet, whereby they already admitted they could have annihilated the planet and just started mining Trisilicate themselves. So the flaws in the logic to me bang this down. Like literally, they and they could have brought on their own miners. They could have mined in secret. They could have. There's so many other things they could have done to have elevated this story. Whereby maybe the Ice Warriors were mining in secret. Maybe they were discovered. But no, none of this stuff ends up getting played out, and so again, the first 3 episodes totally different story to the last 3 episodes. So yeah, a 3 and a 6.5, I think is the thing. My highlight of this, Nina Tompkinson did a really stand-up job. I thought she did a really brilliant job as the Queen, whereby she's clearly being influenced, but she's struggling with her identity of who she is as a Queen, and she does end up actually stepping up to
Hello.
I get the feeling that didn't go quite according to plan.
No. No, I clicked a button on my other screen, and obviously I'm not responsible of it. And I look round, and he'd gone.
Well,
we'll give him a minute to come back.
Yeah. So I was going to ask another question about this. Other than the Doctor, we only had one other recurring character from Curse, which was Alpha Centauri. He has returned. Well, that went well.
I don't know what happened. Everything was going well, and I just went poof, and I went, oh, it wouldn't be Saturday night without technical difficulties.
There had to be one technical issue tonight, yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted what you were saying.
Well, what I was saying, right, other than the Doctor, there was only one recurring character from Curse of Peladon, which was Alpha Centauri. Now, aside from the scene where Centauri recognised the Doctor and therefore was able to confirm his identity, was there ever any other point in this story where his presence was really needed?
No, I don't think so.
So it was it purely done just so that there was another connection with the previous, with Curse?
I mean,
I think so.
I think that is part of it. Again, with the Alpha Centauri, given that the fact that they kept doing this thing with Alpha Centauri, saying, this is the character that keeps giving information away accidentally, they never really played on it. They never really did, like, will you please shut up? You're telling them everything.
Yeah.
There's a point whereby they should have been like, it's a trait of Alpha Centauri. Like it can't not speak truthfully.
Which does sort of make you think: how did it get to the position of being an ambassador when clearly diplomacy is not his strong point?
Yeah, exactly. And so there is other things there. I would say that for me, I'm before I crashed and burnt. I was talking about how my high point being Nina Thomas playing Talira. Frank Gatliff. Frank Gatliff as Autron. Man, that guy was just like the slappable face.
Yeah.
Like like Rex Robson as Gebek was all right. He was standard. He was just, he was pretty much cookie cutter. He was there to be sort of like the everyman. But yeah, Frank Gatliff, just for me was the slime in this, and he was very much the guy that, again, I don't want to undercut him because I preferred his performance in the first 3 episodes to the last 3 episodes, but I preferred the last 3 episodes to the first 3 episodes. So it's just this whole switch of, I mean, maybe he should have tried to side with the Ice Warriors. Maybe that would have been his out. I think, whereby once he's outlived his usefulness, he ends up getting killed. Because that was sort of what the Ice Warriors were threatening the Doctor with. So I'm wondering if they'd switched that with Ortron and had Ortron be the one that was gonna sort of like try or be worried for his own future. I don't know, but I mean, you can't knock Frank Ratliff's performance in this.
No,
He,
he was good.
yeah. What did you think of Alan Benion's performance as what's his name? As
Well,
Axia.
as Axia.
Yeah.
I think it's of the three stories that he's been in as an Ice Lord, this was the weakest of the three. Largely because he didn't really have a great deal to do, I don't think. Certainly not compared to the two previous ones.
It was. I mean, the thing is that as Axia as an Ice Warrior, it wasn't really a great planet to begin with. It wasn't really like he didn't really have any other goals other than to just be there to be in charge of the Ice Warriors. Like he, as you pointed out, in Curse of Peladon, he was actually, the good guy, and he actually had a bit more dimension to him. And you thought he was going one way, he was going the other way. Whereas in this, he kind of is what he is.
Yeah, you knew straight away what he was going to be all about, and it never strayed from it once.
But so I mean, I think we've covered quite a bit of Monster of Peladon. Anything you guys like to add to the story or what we've just seen?
Don't think there's much to add, really. I think we've kind of pulled it to bits, put it back together, and then pulled it to bits a bit more.
I mean, like, I think Alpha Centauri was puppeteered a bit better than this one.
Yeah.
I will say of the three that I have appeared on with the watch-alongs, this is the best of the three.
Mm-hmm.
That is possibly the very epitome of damning with faint praise, but this has been the best of the three episodes so far.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Next week we are doing the Who Flies.
Yes.
Yeah. It's
not a highlight.
Yeah. Planet of the Spiders. Doctor's out. Do you know? I'll say this about Planet of the Spiders. They at least try to give Pertwee his big exit. They do try to in the story hand him what his Doctor was kind of famous for. Big set pieces, big action scenes. I mean, there's all sorts of action scenes in Planet of the Spiders. There's boats, hovercrafts, car chases, helicopter chases. It's really, it's not, the action's not done well because it's not done by Havoc, unfortunately. So it's photographed in a way whereby it's just a lot of action scenes pasted together. There's no real sort of narrative to the action. So there's a lot of driving fast and a lot of boats going past quick, but you really don't really sort of see what the objective is. There's a bit of fighting in it, and obviously Unit are back.
Mike Yates is back, and I think they try to give Mike Yates a bit of a way of redeeming himself.
Yeah.
Whether it works or not is another matter.
No. Again, we get the flying Who-mobile.
Yeah, don't be just.
We also get a chase scene with Unit driving. I believe they drive in Bessie. So it kind of looks like the Antil Mob and Chugaboom.
Yeah.
Um,
I also remember there is a scene which just defies all logic. It's quite near the start.
mhm.
With the guy who's doing his his stage show where he's pretending to be a whatever the word is. I can't remember the word now. You know what I mean? And then it turns out, he claims that he's faking it all, but it turns out he wasn't. He really can do it. And you think, well, if you are determined to hide the fact that you can do this, why would you therefore do a stage show based entirely on it? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weird stuff in this. The whole thing with Metabilis 3 is a weird one. There's gonna be I know this is something to talk about next week, right? But the costumes are terrible. The sets are really out of place. The set pieces as well for the spider scenes are way out of place. And the overall end result, I mean, John Pertwee in Planet of the Spiders actually is probably the best thing about it. Because he actually does really deliver.
Yeah.
The story doesn't back it up. You've got you've got a culture that's kind of similar to Native Americans, except they're living in chalets, but they're dressed in ponchos.
Yes.
It's ups and downs. It's all over the place.
Well, it's one to look forward to.
It is a mess. It is genuinely it's a mess.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen the last half of the last episode when I was talking my boys through regeneration when they were kids. So
I think like with the regeneration scene itself, I think how they handle the Doctor's regeneration is done well. I think it is done really well.
Yeah,
Right?
along with Sarah Jane once again convinced that the Doctor's dead. Yeah.
There's a little surprise along with his regeneration. That gets thrown in with one of the other characters that are there. Because the Doctor, I think I don't think I want to give anything away, really, Chris. If you haven't seen Planet of the Spiders, but I mean, Sarah Jane's convinced that the Doctor's dead because technically at the time he is. So that's probably the first thing I would say that is actually done well with the story, is the fact that the Doctor is genuinely dying. I think the reasoning behind why he does what he does and how he ends up regenerating is important to the character as well. I think that's important to the character of the Doctor, actually, the character makeup. I think if you didn't have the Doctor's decision to do it, you wouldn't have had the end for the 10th Doctor the same way as well. Because I think they're very similar. His decision for the 10th Doctor's decision to regenerate is very similar to Pertwee's Doctor's decision to regenerate. I find them to be very similar endings.
well, you can chuck in the Fifth Doctor as well, really, and that was similar sort of thing.
I would have said with the third Doctor, the reason why I like the third Doctor to the 10th is because the amount of time that's allotted to.
Right.
Because with the third Doctor, like it's kind of quite early on. It's like, this guy's dying and he knows he's dying. And he's taking care of business. I think that's like the best part of it. I think. Whereas the shaky spiders.
And the old one or the ancient one, whatever.
ancient one.
Oh God, that voice drives me mad.
I
It's horrendous.
the thing is, the voice, yes, it's kind of similar, shrill, sort of. It's bad, but the thing is, what I don't like is that the explanation behind the spiders is pretty limp, given that
And then
their
some. Yeah,
capabilities.
yeah.
You know, they can turn invisible, they can fire lightning, they can
Yeah. I mean, they can do bloody
mind
everything,
control.
and yeah.
They're plot proofed. That's what it is with them, is that they are plot proofed. But
I
that's for next week.
Yeah, for a Doctor's swan song, yeah, this is no case of Androzani, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no. I mean, is Caves of Androzani probably the strongest out for a classic Doctor?
I think so, yeah. It's between Case of Androzani and Logopolis, and I do think Case of Androzani wins out.
Yeah, he is pretty strong. Chris, what are you? Is he?
Yeah, I would have to say so. I mean, you've got the Doctor doesn't know if he's going to be able to regenerate, but he does it anyway to save Perry, and then there's the cleavage. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, but the worst one is for me is the Seventh Doctor. The fact that he just gets shot stepping outside the TARDIS is just that was no. He went out like a punk. That was just the worst. But anyway, we'll do more Doctor Who next week when we will be doing the Planet of the Spiders, as it's John Pertwee's final episode as the third Doctor in his classic run. Until next week, we shall see you then. Take
see you
care.
later.
Oh, I better press this button. Why it's doing that, I don't know.